Hello, 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 hello. Yo, P-Dubs, what's going on, man? How you doing? I know I'm a few seconds later than the countdown, but it's more long. It's more what we call guidelines than actual rules. You know, dude. Wait, isn't this the Blade song? Dude, it is. It's the Blade song. Tell me about the new creator site. Yeah, so I just got word from the bank today, and from Stripe today, and from well, I mean, technically, I had the business thing from California the other day. We are ready to go. On Friday, I will be making an announcement in my Discord and Lauren's Discord and with a bunch of other creators. There are a few creators that will actually be showing it off tomorrow, and then some others that will be showing it off on Friday. I have built a new website specifically for Twitch creators, but any creators can use it. It allows you to connect your Twitch account, your Kick account, your YouTube account, your fucking everything account. It allows you to have unlimited social links. It allows you to change the orientation of everything, the colors of everything. It allows you to opt into a discovery mode where other people can find you from other sites. And for the first few months, it's only going to be $1 a month. And if you join for the $1 a month in those first few months, it will lock in at $1 a month forever. And then we will raise the price to $2 a month. And then, of course, if we need to make it more expensive later on in the future, we will. But we're going to lock in at that amount. And it will allow you to create, with nothing more than a couple of clicks, your own creator website on our site. And what's great about it is because it is hosted by us and monitored by us and secured through places like Cloudflare and a bunch of other stuff. If you have a custom domain, all you have to do is point that domain at it. And if you want the website to show your domain name, you just email us and set stuff up. And we will forward everything over, and nobody will know the difference. There's no branding, none of that horse shit. So it is a couple of click solution that is for creators, that is worlds better than Linktree. Will give you everything that you need. And I'm very excited to show it off. We'll probably show it off on stream tomorrow, and then it will go public on Friday. And yeah, I'm very excited. Can't wait to hear more. Awesome. Love the energy. All right, let's get into this. Sorry, I was snacking because it's way past lunchtime. All right, I gotta get a new stinger. I keep forgetting that. All right, so what we were working on today is this Unity game that we started a couple days ago. This is very bare bones. Normally, I don't go live until 5 my time, at least. But I was like, this is what I'm going to be doing this afternoon anyway, so fucking might as well. Are you still out in the boonies? Oh no, dude. Even the boonies can't find us. Yeah, we're way out in the woods. All right. So we have our utility transmission system that we finished. Oh. Stop that. Okay, so we have our utility system. Which, oh yeah, there was one thing. Yes. Wait, what is this? Network object. Let's get rid of this. Oh, is this another? It is. Umed Oskan. All right. This needs a network object. You need a network object. You get a network object, and you get a network object, and you get a network object. I actually didn't know what it was asking me earlier, and I probably should have just said yes to all of them. We don't need a network transform because they're never going to move. All right, I do want to make one minor change to them, though. I do want to change one thing where not only do we do... but we do gizmos.drawLine, and we're going to do input transform.position to transform.position. And then we're going to do this. And we're going to do output. And we're going to make these 1.5 because I can barely fucking see them. And that should be it. Because I don't just want the input output points. I also want the, like a line. Okay, awesome. So if I do something like this. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what I wanted. All right, dope. Okay, now that stuff is all done. All right, so the last thing that we were working on was our... Son of a bitch. Well, hello to you too, Bo. How are you doing? All right, so all that's done. So we've got vehicle entries, player vehicle entries. So we need to make a test generation testing. Oh wait, no, not here. Scripts. What's up, Bo? How you doing, brother? All right, so under utils, we're gonna do a test setup. Oh, dude, fucking crazy train. Let's go. This isn't the original. This is Moonlights. Fuck yeah. Yep. Yep, this is Moonlights. Fuck yeah, baby. All right. So what do we need first? We need... Yeah, we just need a button. We need a button. We're gonna do... setup stuff. That's it. All right. And then we are going to do... I'm good trying to figure out why I can't connect to my community Minecraft server. Maybe you broke it. Okay. So we're going to need a what? We're going to need a new network player, right? We're going to do serialized field. We're going to do private network player. Okay. And then the network player is going to have their own inventory. We need a persona, and we need player data. The funny thing is I haven't touched in ages, and it's hosted on G Portal, and I don't know what's going on with it. So it's your server, and it's on G Portal. Well, one, make sure it's still running on G Portal. And then two, I would say, I guess my next question would be, has anything at all changed on your network at all? Because if your PCs have dynamic DHCP addresses on the router and you had to open a port, that port might not be valid anymore because your router might have reassigned your local IP address. All right. I didn't have any open ports. It's one of those server hosting sites. Yeah. G Portal. But sometimes you have to have an open port. But let's see. If it's G Portal, if it's G Portal and you haven't changed anything, yeah, I don't know why. Because usually open ports is only for inbound traffic. Or, well, technically for inbound connections that want outbound traffic, to be specific, which would only need to be on the hosting site's side. But yeah, I would just restart it on the server and then look for the startup logs and see if anything's erroring out. Like, for all you know, maybe the tick broke. I don't know. I guess why isn't it working? Okay, I gotta stop yapping and... Well, I can keep yapping, but I need to yap and type. Okay, so we need a new persona. And then we will dress this in a minute. And then we need player data. And we will also dress this in a minute. And then we need a player vehicle entry. And then we will dress that in a minute. And then we're going to make a couple of test items. So we're going to do player inventory entry. Fake item 1. Player inventory entry. Yo, come on. You know this is Sandstorm. Why is nobody raving in chat? What the fuck is going on here? Yo, what up, Woofle? There we go. See, Bo's got it. Sirius hid from us yesterday. Yeah, Lauren wasn't feeling well, so I laid down with her, and then by the time we got up, it was like 7 o'clock, and she was gonna stream, and I was like, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna do other shit because I want to be persistent and consistent on what I'm doing, and I really only felt like gaming yesterday, so I jumped into WoW and did mount runs. And ain't nobody want to watch that on fucking Twitch. Also, why can I not see all of a sudden my YouTuber kick chats? What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, well, guess what? I don't know. There's an error in one of the plugins I have on the server. That'll do it. Also, if anybody's curious, we are live over here on YouTube as well. Also Kick, but I don't really give a shit. You got milk? Oh no. Oh no. Wait, do I have a fucking... I don't. There we go. Okay. All right. And then we're going to do fake item 2. And whoops. And then we'll address this as well. Some of this stuff I'm doing manually. Some of this stuff I will do with AI later. All right, so the body hash is going to be 0. The cosmetic hash is an array, which is going to be... so this is... I can't do it that way. I have to do this. No, these are all link. I don't see you live yet. That Furby video was cursed, and I got that instead of serious yesterday. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go to that link. It should show me. No, it does not. You're right. It does not. All right. Hold on. You know what's so weird is it shows in my studio that I'm live. Hold on. Let me do a thing. Yeah, it says I'm fucking live. I don't know why. Well, there. The eye wiggling out on its own is that made that video. Dude, I had so much fun making that video. I had so much fun making that video. I posted it on Instagram too. I was hoping it would pop off a little bit, but on Friday I'm going to be releasing a new video on Instagram and YouTube. But on Instagram, I'm actually going to be releasing 10 videos at the same time because I want to test something. So Instagram has this weird thing where different people get different videos from creators at different times. And I've got my coal forge set up. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to do one of those videos where I like melt something with like molten fucking steel, right? And I'm going to post it like 10 different times essentially. And it's just going to be like, "Hey, this is video for group number whatever." And see what happens. Okay. So this is going to be 0, 0, 0, 0. Because our cosmetic hash is going to be a head item. So like your hat, your shirt, your pants, and your shoes. Accessories will come later. Player name is just going to be Wolf. Player tag is just going to be test. Player tag is going to be dev. And then player ID. We're going to come up here. We're going to do string player ID because it needs to be the same one. We're going to do nano ID to generate. There's a custom class that I built because I wanted something that was like smaller than a GUID, right? Like an MD5 hash. But was small enough where I could use it in place of a hash, but large enough where I don't have to worry about duplicates. This is a 21 size random get byte alphanumeric, both with upper and lowercase. So, I mean, okay, sorry, I had to look at something. So this is like even at the default, which is 21, we have upper and lowercase 0 through 9. Everything's repeating. So you have, what is that? 10, 26, another 26, so 62. For a 21 character string can be any one of those 62 with repeating aloud. The total combination is, what is that? 62 to the 21st power. So what is that? Like fucking, hold on. Let's learn this together. Motherfucker, what are you doing? Thank you. Or no, 21. All right, so 4.3 to the 37th. So 10 to the 37th is undecillion. Okay, so you've got so you got 37 zeros in there. Chat is set to subscriber only mode. Have you checked whether that is also for the visibility of the stream? It shouldn't be. Oh god, not Freebird, not Freebird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. That's why I put the direct link out there. The Prodigy. All right. So anyway, we're gonna generate a nano ID. The player ID is gonna be set to that player ID, and I think that's it. And then the player data is gonna be the same thing. We're gonna make sure that the player ID is the same as the player ID. Player housing is just gonna be a new and we'll just mark this as like one. Wait, is it fixed string? Oh no, it's an array. We'll do that. Wait, it's a 64 byte string. Just trying to make sure it's discoverable. Yeah, I don't know why it's not. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. You know what I should do, though? I should also put... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Freebird. This is also Moonlight's Freebird. Okay. Wait, you are a string, though. Oh, it wants me to do that? Oh, that's fucking annoying. Oh, I bet I know why. Because Unity.collections wasn't in there, and it doesn't know the difference between a string array and that. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's my fuck up. Okay. And then player inventory. That's gonna be an ID. So we'll actually set this also to the player ID. And then the player job, we will set to 0. The player job XP will set to 0. The player money, we will set to 0. The bank value will set to 0. And then the player vehicles list is also the player ID. Or no, wait. These are IDs of the vehicles. So we will say new. This is gonna irk the shit out of me if I leave it like that. There we go. All right, and then that's going to be a fixed string, 64-byte array, and then this is actually going to be the array of the vehicles, or the vehicle IDs in the database. So we'll just give these a 0 for now. Yeah. It's also unlisted. Not sure why. Oh. If it's unlisted, then yeah. Hold on. No, that's exactly why. If it's unlisted, then it's not published. Give me a segundo. That's the reason. Hold on, let me set this. I don't know why. Okay, so now this should... And then if you go to YouTube... Yeah, okay, there you go. Thank you. That was actually it, Jakes. Thank you. In the dashboard under details for your video, I think my default visibility is unlisted. Okay, thank you. That's a headache I didn't want to have to deal with. All right. All right, player vehicle entry. So the entry ID is just going to be... Fix it. No, the stream listed as live. Yeah. That was it. It was just unlisted. Thank you. Okay, so this is just going to be 0. Didn't I set something as a 1? No, set everything as zeros. Okay. Vehicle entry. License plate is going to be gobbledygook. Vehicle main color is going to be 0. Vehicle model is going to be 0. Secondary color is going to be 0. Vehicle VIN is just going to be gobbledygook. All right, so the way this works is that there is an entry ID. And the entry ID is this particular entry, right? So that is this right here. So what is the entry of this vehicle? Because we are not going to store a whole 3D object copy of everything. This is all data. So we're just going to be like treating it like it's in a database, which, I mean, it technically will be. But essentially what it is like, hey, I load into the game. And what is my vehicle? Okay, well, I've got this model with this color, with this license plate, and it's an entry. And that entry, the model is what will actually spawn with these other customizations, but that entry is which one I own, and that's what gets stored to the player data. All right, and then fake item 1 is just going to be item ID 0, count 1, and there's going to be item ID 1, count 99. All right, now... All right, so we've got the persona, we've got the player data, we've got a vehicle entry, we've got a couple of items. Okay, and then now on the network player, so now on the network player, we're going to have the inventory, and then we're going to do field, serialize field, public persona, and then we're going to do this. It's going to be public player data, and then we're going to do a public void init player data. Okay, and then this is going to happen on the server. I don't know why I decided to add that. And then we are going to get the And then here, as the you know what I might be overcomplicating too for no necessary reason is that we do have the player inventory ID in here. No. I'm not overthinking this. I'm doing it clean. I'm looking at it going, but what if this is too complicated? Okay. So then what I need is another script. And I need this to be data loader. And then what the data loader is going to do is anytime something asks for something else, it's going to have it. And we're going to say and then this is going to be a string and then player inventory entry array. All right. Yo, Drew, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Y'all don't forget to do your check-ins. Everybody's missing their check-ins. Happy Wednesday. I got home, now having a headache. Why? Why? Oh well, now rest is all that is needed. Yeah, man, just chill. Just chill. All right. Who's the mother? Of course. Of course it's graffiti. Man, Danger's got y'all beat. He's been checking in every single stream. Do you not have Baby Yoda sip? How do you not have Baby Yoda sip? The war crime here is Baby Yoda sip. Yeah. Hold on a second. I got to do a thing. Okay. All right. So oh, yeah. I have to turn my yeah. I know why I don't see it. I had to turn BTTV and FFZ off because they broke with that Twitch update. Loser, not me, it's fucking Twitch. So I don't know if y'all were on Twitch on April Fool's Day, but both 7TV and BTTV and Twitch all had an April Fool's Day thing. Well, Twitch didn't bother to check to see if it would break anything, and it broke the encoding across the entire site. So those two plugins stopped working. And if you had them turned on and you went to any Twitch channel, the chat wouldn't show up. And for some people, you wouldn't even get your whatchamacallit, you wouldn't even see your screen. They fixed 7TV and FFZ, yeah. April Fooled indeed. Yeah. Well, they BTTV fixed as well. I just forgot to turn it all the fuck back on. Because like I just refreshed it and I see the Baby Yoda sip now. I just forgot to turn it back on. Okay, so we're gonna have a concurrent dictionary, public static class, data loader. So this is gonna be the constructor. So when this starts, we're gonna do. Come on, who knows what the song is from? Please, somebody tell me they know. Okay. So then we're gonna have a public storage class somewhere. So we're gonna do application. Oh no, we can't use unities. Um, maybe we don't make this static just to not give me a headache. Static would be better, but not necessary. So we're gonna do application. I can find it. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Delegate void. Yeah, there we go. Is that the right one though? Damn, no, I kind of want to keep this static. Let me think this through. I had to mod on April 1st, and it was a pain not having the normal mod tools load I'm used to having. That's why I use Chatterino, though, dude. Because it doesn't matter if, like, a plugin stops working. Everything is just there. And it loads everything that you would ever need. Star Wars lightsaber battle? No. Jags hit it. It was Excalibur. It was a parody of an Australian beer ad. Really? Which one? Yeah, it's Fortuna. It was from Excalibur. It does sound like that. What is it? The Phantom Menace and the Mustafar. What is it? Return of the Sith. It does kind of sound like that one. Do we make this static or not? Do we make this static or not? Also, this should be in here. Do we make this static? Let's hold on. Let me see something. So if I do um will I be able to post link as a sub? You should be able to. I mean, if not, I'll see it regardless. Um Oh my god, I can't fucking type today. Let's try and do it this way. Let's try and make it static, and if we can't get there, we get rid of it. But I want to try and make it static. So we're gonna do public static bool init. And then we're gonna say public nope, private static public sealed static class. Oh wait. No, statics are sealed, right? Yeah. Private static load void load inventory. And then we're not going to make a new because I want it to be null. And then this is going to be load inventory. And then we're going to return true. Private, publicly, yes. You got punished? Did you? Wait, did you? No, you didn't. Carlton draft. Oh, okay. All right, I'll check this out in a few. Like, no, you didn't. It's private publicly. It's publicly private. Okay, so load inventory, and then we are gonna do application persistent data path. Private const string inventory path. All right. So we're gonna do string path equals application persistent data path, and then this is a folder, and then we're gonna do inventory path. Oh my god! Now we got amino. Come on, y'all got any cult emotes? I know somebody in here's got a cult emote. I always get AI ads when I join your channel. You're welcome. McExit, what's up, buddy? How you doing, man? All right, so then we just need to do. Did I not import? Motherfucker. Working away like always? Yeah, man, I feel you. I mean, well, sort of. I'm always working on something. Be nice to be working again, but it is what it is. Game dev while digging into creator things. I mean, whatever. I actually got an email yesterday. Starting looks like next month. I'm actually going to be teaching, which is something I haven't done in years, but It would be nice to get paid again. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was crazy too because he was like, yeah, so he was saying that this so there's this company and I can't say who yet, but there's a company that's working with Unity, like specifically with Unity. Ads in 1 minute. Specifically with Unity, and they are trying to get people to learn while they're still learning Unity and while they're in school and stuff, to learn how to produce online multiplayer games. And then the guy said, "Hey, I actually don't have enough instructors for the students that I have onboarding next month because originally I wasn't going to start till June because month 2 was going to be multiplayer." And he goes, "Month 1 is going to be all Unity." And he's like, "Would you be willing to do an instructor gig?" Like, and I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, "It's only 1 day a week." And I was like, "Well, that just means that it'll be 2 days a week next month." And I was like, "Yeah, whatever." I mean, it's not a software engineer's salary. It's, teacher's salary, which I'm not going to talk about that, but it's work. Okay. So we are going to do this, 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 and this. And then we have a data loader that's going to load inventory for us. And then the network player. So we can expect the data loader to always be alive before a player even joins because this is going to be on server startup. So we're going to load the inventory. And then we're going to say Newtonsoft for now. I'm going to say JSON convert dot deserialize object. Um, and then here we need to do public struct serializable. And there's going to be player inventory. Actually, wait a minute. If the player inventory entry is an item ID and account, and we okay, I know how I want to do this, but I want to do this faster first. So we're gonna do yeah, we're just gonna do a public dictionary of string and player inventory entry. And this is just inventories. And that's it. So that's going to load up with the player's ID and their inventory entries. Yeah, that's it. And then we're just going to do deserialize object. And then we're going to do, let's see. I swore I had a script for this somewhere already. Hold on. I know I had a fucking loading for this somewhere. Thread queue, thread loading system. Hold on. I know I've got this fucking somewhere. Where is this? Give me a second. Give me a second. I know I've got this somewhere. I have a whole it's a good deal if you're over the industry right now, go tech. Inspire the future generations to be a better industry. Yeah, so that's the whole thing too, is like I have a call on Friday for some company that's like co-founding a vertical AI app thing, and they need a CTO, and I was like, maybe we'll talk. It's just like I feel like you can't get away from AI right now, and that's the one thing I want to do. Don't get me wrong, I use it. I use it every fucking day, but I don't want to be stuck in it. I swore I had something for this, but maybe not. Well, let me make something reusable before I give myself a fit. Um, we're gonna make a JSON store because eventually this is all gonna become byte data and not JSON. So we're gonna need. Oh, what are we gonna need? We're gonna need a public static generic load or create of type T, which is gonna take a file name path. Gonna need a generic create default, and then JSON serializer settings, which we can always pull. I don't code, but I used to code our internal ad mediation using JSON. JSON's great. Yeah. I use it every day too, but I don't want to be AA first. I want to be AA supported. Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly it. It's a tool, not a solution. I want it to replace my tools, not me. And I think every engineer kind of feels the same way right now. But people who are investing don't feel the same way. So we need a loader create. This actually needs to be async. Which also means that in addition to all of this, we need a cancellation token. There we go. I broke our revenue for about 2 hours by messing up a comma. Dude, that's why those JSON tools are really handy to make sure that you like the validators. Okay, so what do we do here? So what do we do here? We do a string path and we say, oh dear God, what did I just do? Why did you jump entire files, bro? Um, no, what if the path is wrong? Wait, what? What in the fuck just happened? Stop. Okay, we're gonna need a uh, private static string resolve path because we need to make sure that we validate it. Started using a validator after that, but I was new to the industry then. This was like a year and a half into my job. Oh, okay. Damn it, Jason. Um, and then here we're gonna do if string dot is null or white space file or path. We're not gonna return null, but we are. No, I don't want to throw an. I don't want to throw an exception. Let's do like a try catch. We're gonna do a full try resolve path. And this is the in path, and then we're gonna do out string path. And then wait, what? Oh, not diagnostics, you dick. There. And then we're gonna say most of the time it will be, but just in case. Okay. And then we're going to want this to be all async. So we're going to do a private static read only, concurrent dictionary. Come on. Bro. That. Jesus. We're just gonna make new path locks. And then in loader create async, we're gonna have a string path that's a resolve. Try resolve path. And it's gonna be file name path. And path. Oh no, we'll say if um and then we're just gonna do a return default. Then if that works, then we actually need to put a gate. So we're gonna do semaphore slim gate equals, and we're gonna do path locks. Dot getter add, and we're just gonna do a path. We can dispose of that and just say new, and then we can just do one of one. And then we will do, this needs to be public static async task. And then here we do await. Okay, then we have to wait the gate, and then we do a okay, and then we're gonna do if file dot exists path. Do we need to do another check here? Because we do try resolve already. We actually don't need that. So we're gonna do string JSON equals await task dot run. File dot read all text. Can I just give it a path? I'm just gonna give it a path. And then we'll give it a token. And then configure await false. All right. And then we're gonna do if string.is null or empty white space. Yeah. JSON, and then we're going to do and then we should make default settings somewhere. Okay. And then we're going to do if equality compare default dot equals loaded default. Let me turn loaded. So here's what this means for anybody that is super curious. So we're saying that we're going to do a load async. And what we're doing is we're going to try and resolve the path to make sure the path is legit. We're going to do a semaphore slim, which is an async lock, which basically says, hey, please don't fucking touch this thing from anywhere else. I'm trying to do this. This is the equivalent of checking out a book at the library. You're like, hey, this is mine. Please no touch. I'm doing a thing. Or, you know, back in the Blockbuster days, right? You went and rented a video. This is the equivalent. You know, you can do this as many different times as you want, but on this particular one, no touchy, this mine. And then what we're awaiting is the release. This is like we're making sure that we can access the gate, and we're using what's called a cancellation token, which you can invoke at any time and be like, hey, I'm done. Then we're going to load it. We're going to read all of the text from it, which is in JSON. And then we're going to deserialize that object into whatever type that I passed in here earlier. And then we're going to do an equality compare to make sure that this is not the default object, meaning this didn't fail somewhere. Because null value handling and reference loop handling ignore mean that, like, hey, if broken, don't load. And then if it's not the same as whatever a default is, that means we have data. Just return the fucking data. Now, we're going to say if create default is null, and we're just going to return a default. I don't know why I'd ever do this, but and then t created equals create default. And then we essentially need to do the same if check again. But here instead we're going to do created and default. And this is not the same. We're going to say save async. And then under finally, which this runs whether we catch or not, we're going to say gate release. And that's going to be like, hey, you no longer have authority over this object. So now I need to save async as well. And public static async task Save async. And then this is going to be same kind of bullshit object. It's going to be file path, file or path, data. You know what? I'm just going to use the default settings. All right, hold on. Let me check my dashboards here. Because for some reason I'm like, I have another program where I watch all of my chat. For some reason it's not showing up. Not the chat. It's probably because nobody's talking in those other pages, but I just mean like I have to keep reloading it for some reason. You know, because YouTube is a small indie company, right? All right. Now I can see that. Okay. I mean, anything run by Google is run like a small indie company. Actually, I think small indie companies do a better job running things. You know, like I said, I should show you what I've been working on. I'm actually gonna DM you the preview of it right now. I always have a hell of a time finding you in my list because I try to look starting with an M. And it's costing me like a couple of dollars a month, and it's scaling globally already. Which absolutely kills me. Hold on, I'm answering a friend of mine. Okay. Sorry, I was messaging a friend of mine. Yo, Ace. Ace, welcome on in. Wait, where the fuck was my raid alarm? Where the fuck was my raid alert? Hold on. Hold on. Where the fuck is my raid alert? Ace, welcome on in. How are you doing? Bringing in your family and friends on over here. The Beagle Bunch have arrived. We bring peanut butter. I appreciate you bringing peanut butter. Just say you don't like me. Yo, I'm actually kind of annoyed. Bongo Cat love, yeah, fuck, we love the Bongo Cat around here. what we coding in here, I'll get to that in just a second. It's pretty neat. It's almost like an MMP for streams and socials. Yeah, that's yeah. So it's a creator site. Fuck. Now I gotta go check my dashboard. Let's see, Stream Element or Streamlabs. Yeah. So it's essentially a platform. It's a SaaS essentially for people to make their own streaming web. We already heard this song. Their own streaming site with. Um, what are we coding in here? I got tired of making mods for RP and things like that for games that like I'm never gonna make money off of. And if I'm gonna spend, 1,000 hours making a fucking RP something or other, I'd rather have like, oh my god, I even see the raid thing. Did I just not hear it? Let me see if you showed up in the events. Let's try that. Oh, I see what's up. I see what's up. Oh wait, no I don't. What the fuck? But yeah, how you been doing, Ace? Everybody go follow my wonderful friend Ace. Lots of fun to watch stream. We get to hang out occasionally and throw champagne bottles at each other. It's a whole lot of fun. How was Resident Evil though? Yeah, I use StreamerBot, so it immediately does all that shit for me and doesn't have to stress me out on whether or not it works, and it runs locally. RE2 OG for the first time? Oh, hell yeah. RE2 is great. So I was telling my chat probably about a week ago, Resident Evil is one of those things that I love to watch, but I don't love to play. I don't know if that makes sense, but I genuinely love watching people play it far more than I enjoy actually. Does that make sense? It is a lot of Resident Evil, but never 2 and 3. Fix my glasses. I played a lot of RE2, but never 2 and 3 OG, so I wanted to play it again. It went quite well for someone who doesn't do well with tank controls. Yeah, fair. Fair, though. One of the reasons I never played them, honestly. Like, if we're being dead ass, that's why. But yeah, so one of the main things for me is that I spend a lot of time making Minecraft mods, and let's do this. Let's put alerts all the way at the top. And I kind of got sick and tired of making mods for like 1,000, spending 1,000 hours making a mod for a game that like somebody else is making money off of. Like, so lately for me, it's been a lot of Minecraft and GTA RP. And one, their APIs are super old, so you're limited to whatever they have. If you're in GTA RP, it's Lua or shitty.net. It's like 20-year-old .net. Or you're in Minecraft, which is Java, which is C# is if Java didn't suck, so Java just irritates me. And I was like, or I could just, go into Unity and make my own fucking video game. One I remake is great as it offers modern controls, fixed camera, but all the remakes are my favorite as they look good and play so well, but the OG2 is just as good. That's cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it. So weird I can't get on the Minecraft server by tap, but I can connect to other servers, so confusion as to why this server isn't working. It's probably that error, sir. I love watching people play Fatal Frame, but I don't want to play it. I have no explanation. Okay, so Crow, also, thank you for the follow. You total. Oh, wait a minute. But then, yeah, you totally understand. Tap can get on the server. I can't get on the server. It's your local copy then? I mean, it's 100% you, obviously. So, is your mod pack busted? Check the logs when you log in, dude. But yeah, Big Ol' Crow, thank you for the follow. We do announce the followers here, but we don't ask you how you're doing. You are already talking, so I will ask you how you're doing, but normally we just let people chill. But yeah, so what we're building is a city to RP in, a low poly game, because I am sick and tired of it's not modded, it just runs plugins. Then I got no idea, dude. I what I was saying earlier is I officially got sick and tired of writing mods and plugins for games that I don't make money off of, and not everybody is always going to enjoy. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna make my own. And we're just writing some utility stuff. So it's all networked. So we have a network player, we have persona data, we have player data, we have inventory data, we have vehicles, everything that we need. We have a full utility system that already runs. The point of that is we're going to have jobs that are based around utilities. So you need to see where things are broken. You'll have to turn things on and off. This is an example of a gas line, but it will work with literally anything. So you can have coax internet, fiber, foam, sewage, water, commercial power like high voltage power, residential lower voltage power. Generic power is what we'll name some things like breakers and whatnot, and then this one's marked gas. But realistically, you can do this with anything. You can set the same values up for power lines as you can gas lines, water lines. You can hook up internet this way, whatever. Some random guy gave me a guitar at the pub, so I guess that's good. Ah, there you go. That's pretty dope. But yeah, so I'm glad you understand. Also, Ace, thank you so much again for the raid. I really, really, really appreciate you coming in here and trusting your community with me. I will. I'll try not to disappoint, but hey, you know what? No promises. You know what? I'll even get my little PNG yapper up because I feel like it's better than watching nothing. Because at least now you have something moving, right? And then also if something makes me panic, or if I just decide that I want to if chat's being sus, then I just kind of side eye, because I have to side eye Ace all the time. Like if Ace comes in here, I'm gonna be like, yeah, she bring a champagne bottle. What you mean? And then of course, if but why is the rum gone? And then, if for any reason we decide
that we want to be a radio demon, we can do this. Welcome, everyone. How are you doing today?
I would never. Anybody else smell bullshit? Anybody else smell bullshit? I smell bullshit. Oh shit, that's cool. Y'all like this one? I mean, I can leave this one up for a little while. This is usually my go-to so that I turn and I talk and there's multiple frames and it's more than just one frame. But if y'all like the angry demon in the corner, that might be because it's on your shoot. Listen here. I'm only going to fall for that like 3 times, okay? And then I'm not falling for that no more. All right. Where the fuck was I? Whoa. Something just bounced. I'm like, did a cat just walk by? All right, where the fuck was I? I didn't know it had toggles to it. Yeah. So this is my default. This is my default. And then if something goes horribly wrong and we're like then we switch to that. And then, when y'all come in with your creeper explosions. But I don't mind being the radio demon occasionally. It's actually quite entertaining. I actually really like Has Been Hotel, and Alistair was a lot of fun. Okay, where was I? Data loader. JSON store. Okay. All right, let me see here. Not all code paths return a value. So what are we missing here? So we do the semaphore slim. Oh yeah, and then also of course, if you got a raid and run, if you got a lurk, feel free. It is nice to see you. Crow, I'm glad you understand though. There's a lot of games I love to watch, but I just can't play. I think it's because particularly games that have a lot of cinematic moments for me, it is more like watching a movie. Oh, it's this. Yeah, because if we get down here, we're going to want to return the created. And then we do want to save it async. That's what I was working on. Actually, though, let me go do a thing. Hold on. Oh. Well, that would explain why we didn't get an alert. Every time I go to their site, I get like a 500 error, like their servers are down or some shit. Well, that would explain why it's broken. All right, so then I think what I'm going to do then is maybe I'll do this here. YouTube is also down. Same for Twitter. And whoa, what? What the fuck is VGen? I can get into YouTube and Twitter just fine. Website like Fiverr, but for artists. Oh, okay. Never even heard of it. That's weird. It's literally just Streamlabs that I'm having trouble with. Hold on a second. Yeah, I can log into everything else. Okay. Weird. All right. So then what I'll do is later on I'll add this because this is what I have. I have an auto shout. And what I'll do is I'll just add the audio here. Let's see. What audio file was I using? I think I was using the Sorry, y'all, to be not super entertaining, but like I need to fix this. This is why for the longest time I've told people just go use StreamerBot. Because it can't shut off if it's on your fucking computer. Huh. Okay. That's weird. So I figured out what was wrong with my internet. Shit the bed, and it was weird because I was able to watch your stream. I was like, dude, the whole internet is not down, brother. It's just sounds like you're having firewall issues, honestly. All right, I'm gonna do this later. Okay, so let's get back to where we were. So we're gonna need a save async, which should be super easy to write. We just need the file or the path. This should be try. Oh yeah, but try resolve path doesn't return a. All right, fuck it. We'll deal with that later. Okay, so we do string filer path here. Token. We're gonna use default serialization settings. We're gonna pass in the data. We're gonna do string path. We're gonna do try resolve path. Filer path, outvar path, and then we're gonna grab another semaphore. I've been having weird disconnects recently, so it's unlikely. Wait, I've been having weird disconnects recently, so it's very likely it's my internet. Yeah. All right, semaphore slim, and then we're gonna do the same thing as we did over there. We're just gonna create a gate. We're gonna do path locks dot getter add, and then we're gonna do the path, and then we will dismiss this, but we'll make a new one, and then we're just gonna wait. Gate.wait async with the token, and then configure await false. And then release the semaphore here. And then here, all we've got to do is string directory is path.get directory name. And then we just do if string.isNull or empty directory. And directory. And we just create the fucking folder it's going to sit in. We serialize the object data. And then we'll just use the default settings. And then await task.run. And this is just going to be file.writeAllText. I actually don't like file.writeAllText async. It breaks a lot. So path JSON. And then do we need encoding? I guess we could do the UTF-8 encoding. And then we'll pass the token. And that's it. That's all we need. And then here we just do and then what did I call it up here? Path. Created. And then whatever token we have here. There we go. All right, so now we've got a save async, a load or create async. All right, nice. All right, so now data. So now load inventories is going to be so this is an individual, so this is all the different player inventories that are loaded. All right, and then this is going to be the data loader. Oh wait, no. We're going to load a player inventory storage. Okay. All right, and then we're going to do inventory path is going to be application.persistent data path, and then player inventory path. What did I call it? Inventory path? Inventory path. Can I not do that? Oh, no, I have to do a comparator, right? So I have to do... Honestly, it doesn't matter if it's default. If it's default, it's fine. We're going to get an exception from somewhere else anyway. Right? Yeah. There we go. Hey, Addie, how are you doing? It's nice to see you again. What's going on? I was just lurking in your stream yesterday. How have you been? If y'all don't know Addie, y'all need to go hang out with Addie. Addie is, well, amazing. She's in fact amazing. Did I just spell that wrong? No, I didn't. Okay. Doing good, just chilling. How are you? I'm good. I'm just working away on game dev project and just kind of chilling, listening to some random remixes of EDM and other stuff that I don't even know this playlist. I literally right clicked on something that I heard earlier and was like, I like this one song. So I right clicked on it and hit go to song radio, and now that's what we're listening to. Thank you for the shouty. Of course, of course, of course, of course. Yeah, I was lurking in your stream watching you play WoW. Literally while I was also playing WoW, I was doing mount farming. So I was going from like my pally who's my 90 to like my 80s who I'm probably not going to level much, and literally just rerunning the same fucking raids over and over and over again cuz like there's 3 dungeons or 3 raids that I really want mounts out of and cannot for the life of me get them. I did get one yesterday though. We got the Sinestra, it looks like a Twilight Drake. But how are you? What are you up to today? Just chilling, you said? Playing any WoW, doing anything cool, or are you just relaxing today? Okay, so we load the inventory from here. I had to reboot my wireless router. Now the Minecraft server works for me. So remember when I said it was probably your router? Like 2 hours ago? um... Yeah, so routers have what's called a lease on them, and your DHCP table probably got fucking borked. So many cool mounts. Haven't played anything yet. I was just finishing up chores. Fair, understandable. I know it doesn't. It sucked when you have to adult first. It's just so unfair. I don't know what to do. Why must we adult first? It's not fair at all. Addie, actually, you know what? I should DM you something if you're okay with it. Just let me know. We're gonna be publicly releasing a product on Friday. It's a like if you were to take everything that's good about LinkedIn, or not LinkedIn, sorry, Linktree, that you actually use Linktree for, and then make it specifically for content creators, with like embedded videos and Twitch players and your links and the games that you've been playing and all of the other stuff. And it's literally just 2 or 3 clicks to make yourself a website. We're gonna be releasing that publicly on Friday, and I am looking for some more people to do affiliate stuff with. So if that's, I can send you a link to the preview of the page now, so you can get an idea for it. And then if it's something that you like, we can do a little affiliate thing. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I hate going to people I know, regardless of how long I've known them. It's such a catch-22 because I'm like, okay, well, if I haven't known them very long, it feels ick because I'm like, hey, here's this thing that I want you to promote. But then if I have known them for a while, then I'm like, ugh, I'm asking my friends to do favors, and now I also feel ick. But yeah, I'll ping you on Discord. Or actually, is Discord the better place, or should I do like Instagram or something? Okay, so we're gonna load the inventory. And then this is everybody's inventories. So actually, we don't really need to embed this, do we? We don't really need to embed this because we can do this. And then is it going to let me do that? It's concurrent, so it should be the same thing. Yes. Okay. Beautiful. Discord's cool? Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I've been you know what's funny is I don't really watch a lot of people play WoW, but I've been watching you and LV play WoW quite a bit. I think it's just because y'all chat more than you focus on the game. 99% of the people that I watch that play WoW, all they talk about is what they're doing in the game. And it's like, yes, I know what you're doing in the game. I've been playing for 20 years. I've worked there. Believe me, I know what the fuck you're doing. I don't need a play-by-play of the dungeon you're running. I don't need you to read the entire quest text to me. Just, I want to hang out. And you and Elvie both do a very good job of like, hey, you want to just hang out while we play WoW? You could always ask Tap Girl as well. I would say you could ask me, but I barely have the energy with my new job to be a content creator. Dude, that's fair. Yeah, I guess I could reach out to Tap. I actually this week I need to welcome back from ad hell anybody that was stuck in it. But yeah, I need to I actually need to do more content creator stuff. So this week we're going to be posting. Okay, so this is good. Test setup. And then we have a network player, init player data. And then this is going to be data loader. Dot loaded inventory dot try get value. And it's going to be feed up player ID. Out inventory. What do you mean, dude? Oh. And then we're going to say that the inventory is a new inventory. Look at how little code that requires when you write all that batshit stuff in the back end. Yeah, so I'm actually going to be doing something very interesting. And I've noticed this trend on Instagram and TikTok where people will post the same video multiple times to see how many people react to each video. And I watched this one guy and he was like, this is literally number 21. And he's like, and I posted 30 of these. And I'm like, how the fuck did I just bump into 21? And then I go to his page and you literally do see like 30 of them posted. And I was like, okay, you literally were just, it's the same thing. You walking in this one spot talking and saying you're in group whatever. And I was like, what the fuck, Instagram? It's the same content, it's the same tags, it's the same person, it's the same video. Like even the pixels are the same color. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't understand. I will never claim to understand that stuff. And this is coming from somebody who writes code for a living. After I'm done working on this for the day, I will I will most likely be going and farming mounts in WoW again. All right, hold on. I want to hear what my raid thing sounds like. Because we got that one from Ace earlier, nothing played. Okay, so it's there. All right, now. You know what I think? Let me see. I wonder if the alert box is borked. This is the weirdest thing. I'm like triggering it on Streamlabs to go to here. Like I'm gonna show you guys. Like this is my alert screen. It's like, so that other screen is literally just, it should be where all the alerts go, and they're all in my scene. I don't know. Fuck it. I'll just do it on StreamerBot. Fuck Streamlabs. Fuck Stream Elements. Stream Elements has just as many problems. Okay. So we're good here. So now we have the persona, the player data, and now the inventory gets loaded from a separate store. And then we create that from the data loader. And then we're good. Okay, so now, so we're going to go to test setup. This should actually take place somewhere else, though. So we are going to do... All right. So now we go into the test setup. And then here we're going to create a mock inventory. So we're going to do player inventory entry. And then we're going to do fake item 1, fake item 2, like that. And this needs to be new player. Oh, no. That's vehicle entry. This needs to be player inventory entry. Okay. And then now we're going to have a network player that we're going to test against. And we're going to do player. And that is this fucker right here. And then we're going to do init player data. And we're going to pass it the persona, the player data, and the inventory. All right. And then this is burst compile and serializable. Burst compile and serializable. First compile serializable, and these are all network serializable, which means if we need to move them across the network, we can. Which is why on the network player, we have their inventory networked. And the reason that we do that is because on the network player, one of the things that we're going to do is on awake, we are going to say inventory dot on list changed on inventory list changed. Because what's going to happen is the server is going to update this. And you'll see that the default overloads for this it's the default values. Read permission is everyone, write permission is server by default. So what that means is that when we make these, by default, anybody can read it, but only the server can write to it. So what's going to happen is the local player, who is not the server, but who owns the data essentially, needs to be told that their inventory has been changed by the server. And the same thing will eventually happen with the persona and the player data. I mean, technically, we could do that now. We could do private network variable, and we could say persona player persona equals new, and then private network variable player data. And we can get rid of these. And then we set this up from the server side. And then we say player persona or player data dot value equals PD. And then player persona dot value equals P. And we don't have to do dot value for a network list because it's an object, so it changes everything over. So yeah, we're already good. We are already good here. Okay, what else we got? That should be it. So let's go back into Unity. Get rid of CurseForge here. All right, and then we're gonna go into player, and we're gonna make an empty player here. And then we're gonna do test setup, and then we're just gonna grab the network player. All right, and then we're also going to have to get a network manager. And then for now, we'll do the Unity transport. And instead of relay, we'll stick to the Unity transport for now. I'm gonna put the player here, not that it matters. Okay, again, I think we need a new playlist, fam. I think we need a new playlist. What do we go with? Yeah, we go here. All right, and then after all of that code, all I have to do is click setup stuff and see if anything broke. Nothing broke, no errors. That's downright impossible. Oh, because I didn't start the server yet. I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, it was not that easy. Don't lie to me. All right, start host. Okay, we good. We got... Why do we have 2 test players? I know why. That's okay. Don't worry about it. All right, so now we're going to do... Look at that, dude. Look at that. Oh, that feels so good. Oh, that feels so good. We got the player tag loaded. We got the traits loaded. We got the persona loaded. We got everything fucking loaded. Let's go. First try? First try? Oh, because I made 2 of them. First try, though? That right there, ladies and germs. That's what 20 years of practice gets you. You hit a button, and everything just works. All right, now let's set some non-standard values on this shit. Player housing ID is going to be 1. Vehicle ID is going to be 1. Vehicle ID here is going to be 1. We'll set the body hash to 1. And then we'll set this as 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. And then on network player, we're going to say GameObject.name equals player persona.name. Or no, wait, hold on. Is going to equal player persona dot title. Oh wait, what is it? Player persona. Is it persona or player data? I don't remember now. Yeah, player persona dot whoops, value. Oh no, wait. No, I want p dot player ID. No, I want to print this. I want to do p dot player tag, p dot player name, p dot player title, and then we'll just do print p dot player ID. Alrighty. All right, then we're going to go to Network Manager, start the host, test player, set up stuff. Fucking let's go. Test wolf dev. So this is moving. This is moving across data. Fucking let's go. Let's go. first try. See, this is why I tell people learn before you use AI. I got nothing against people using AI to write their code, but look at all the code that I just wrote. Right? We have a data loader middleware. Then we have a data path. Right? It's all asyncs and generics. If AI breaks this and you don't know what you're doing, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. This is 20 years of practice is why I was able to do this. And everything worked on the first shot. Humble brag. Not much of a brag, but it's also not humble either, so we're all good. All right, let me see. All right, so we have a persistent player data system. We have it loading player inventory, saving player inventory, loading all of your cosmetics and all of your data. We have the utility system. I know what we need next. I know what we need next. We need a way for people to talk to each other. Right? We need like the GTA phone. Right? It's going to have like text messaging on it. It's going to have like your wallet info in it. And it's all going to have to be networked. And we're going to need a post office. Not only a physical post office, we're going to need an electronic post office. All right, let me see. I'm looking at something on my other screen here. Basically, so we need a phone. What else do we need? So like if you're playing GTA RP, right, or you're playing Minecraft in RP, what are you doing? The chat I'm not worried about. That's an easy having a network chat system is easy. Having prox voice is super easy. Having global messaging, like any kind of messaging is easy. We're gonna genuinely want in the persona we're gonna want a public fixed string 64 bytes player phone. we're going to want to give everybody an in-game phone number. And that's super easy to add because all I got to do is do serializer.serialize value, ref, player phone. All right, and then what do people normally have? I mean, okay. People normally have a actually, do we do it? Do we do it by number? Or do we give them a no? Instead of a phone, we're gonna do phone tag. And then when we create new player data, yeah, and then when we create new player data, we just say that your player phone tag is what? Is what? Is literally just like an @ symbol at your name. Because on every server, you know what we'll do? We'll give them an @ and then we'll give them a no, instead of an @ we'll give them a name and then a random 4-digit number. So then we've got to do a public static string generate numeric int size, and then we'll just do 10. No, we'll do 4. And then it's going to be same thing as up here. Literally the same thing as up here. The only difference is we change this to numbers, and then everything after the 9 gets tossed, and then we come down here, and then we do numbers. So now the alphabet is for our nano ID system, but now using nano ID, we can also generate a random 4-digit number. So now in the player setup, which we would normally do this at the main menu for the server, for the player, we would do nano ID .create numeric. So now what's going to happen is we're going to generate their data, and actually we can do it in here. We can say phone tag equals oh no, we do have to do it the way I was doing it before, but that's different. Okay, so now we say that your phone tag is like a BattleNet ID, right? You say whatever the player's in-game name is, and then you just generate a random 4-digit number, and it's a nano ID, which will be random, but you'll see that there's a random number generator, and it's as long as this is in memory, the RNG get bytes is always going to be in steps, which means it's also We could even make it seed-based, technically, because under create, if you look here, the next one is the RNG name. So we could do a different one for each person. And we could treat it like a seed. So we could very well do string seed string.empty. And then no. You can't do string.empty there, you have to do this. So then here, actually, no, you know what? I'm overcomplicating it. I could do that, but I have no reason to. So we're gonna go this route. So now everybody's got a phone, essentially a battle tag ID, like a friend ID. And yeah, you could technically sit there and guess what those numbers are, but why would you? Okay, so now we're gonna create another one, and this is gonna be your. No, this is not gonna be per player. It's not gonna be per player. We're gonna have the phone locally that's visual, and that's gonna send a message to the server. So okay, I know what we gotta do. So what we have to do is we have to do a message dispatch. Okay, so under scripts, I'm gonna go here. We're gonna do networking. No, not a fucking file, a folder. All right, and then now we're gonna do networking. And then under networking, we are going to. What are we gonna create? We're gonna create a network message queue. All right, and then under the message queue, we're gonna make this a singleton. And then this is where my 9 million files that I've written before come in handy. So we go into scripts, we go into utils, JSON store, test, nanoid, and then I gotta go into my work folder on my other drive, which I can't even legally show you guys because it's classified. And then we're gonna go to singleton and thread queue. Copy them in here. All right, so I'm gonna go back in here, and this is gonna be a singleton. I don't think it's loaded my singletons yet. Let me redo. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, I bet I know why. I bet I know why. WSM. Yeah, that's fine. All right, there we go. All right, so, and then this is going to be a network message queue. And then we're going to implement the initialize. And then we are going to say debug.log name of network message queue. Here we go. What's going on in here? What's up, Danger? How you doing, man? We're just coding away, dude. I'm just coding away. It's a lot of tedium when you're making a game from literal scratch. Better than yesterday? Yeah. Well, that's true. Jesus Christ, you fat fucking cat. My whole fucking desk shook because she hopped onto her little seat thing next to me. Oh, I gotta message Lax. Oh, he's gonna where in the fuck is Lax anyway? There we go. All right. What else? What else? What else? What do we got out? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we want to do here? Okay, I know what we want to do here. So we want to, because this is going to be on the same. This is not going to be a networked behavior. We're going to say private network manager network. And then we have to wait till we get to start because everything else might not be set up yet. And we're going to say network is network manager dot singleton so that we have it. All right, and then the network manager. Okay, so here's what's special about the network manager. It's an iNetwork update system. It is not a network behavior. So if we look at network update, what is it? Or no, sorry, not network update. If we look at network behavior, so a network behavior is a mono behavior, and it's just got buffer readers and writers and dictionaries, and it's basically just doing network delivery under the hood for us. So what I'm going to do is because I don't want everything to have to be a network behavior because that's super messy. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a message queue and then create a network message like router essentially is what this is. Um, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a what I would call a network envelope. Um, so that's gonna be here. We're gonna say public struct and as network envelope, and this is just gonna have three things. It's going to have the target ID. Now these don't need to be because this instance itself is not network serializable because it is not a network variable. I can just use regular strings. I don't have to use the fixed strings. So we're going to do public string target ID, the public string message type, and then public string, and then payload. And then essentially this can be anything we want. This could be bytes, this could be JSON, this could be anything. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to say we're going to have a private read-only concurrent dictionary string I network message handler. Where are you? Why can you not find networking? What is it? What is it called now? A network? What the hell is it called? How about you, Danger? How you doing, man? How was work? Oh, we need the queue. A private read-only concurrent queue. And then we need to do a network envelope. And I want to see something. Did they get rid of network message handler? You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna do it myself. What we'll do is we'll just make our own interface. We'll just do public interface. I network message handler, and then we'll just do handle. Oh, because I spelled it wrong. Okay. All right. So then we have our queue of messages. I took yesterday off because of my back, but it's getting better. Oh, okay. I hear the song and it reminds me of that Jingle Bells you shared. Oh, I already know which one you're talking about. Hold on. Okay, and then we do private read-only dictionary, and this is just going to be a string, and then the iNetwork message handler. Now, this does not need to be concurrent. This one does. This one needs to be async safe. This one doesn't. All right, and then we're going to do a public void register string target ID network message handler. No, but you were close. Handlers dot remove. Okay, and then public void in queue network envelope. Okay, and then we're going to do a public void drain. And then we're going to say while queue. Why does your avatar look pissed off, not Bongo Cat? Oh, I set it to the radio demon. Because everyone was talking about it earlier. So I left it as the radio demon. Because I miss Has-Been Hotel. I know I don't exactly sound like him, but I enjoy it. I heard that guy is a has-been. Wow. Wow. I'm telling. Jingle a bell, jingle a bell, jingle bell, bell. Okay, and then we're gonna do while q. Sorry, I had to fuck with my mixer. While q dot try dq. I'm just gonna do out variable message. All right, there we go. Now we have a network message. So now non-networked objects can do these things. So for example, if I say I have an inventory service or a phone service, I can listen for a message type. Though I really only just saw 1 or 5 episodes, I have a feeling I'll be able to tell him myself one day. You rocked up super early today. Get all the wood chopped. No, I was working on the site that we're dropping Friday, and I was waiting on things that I had no control over. Like I had to wait on Stripe to authorize me, and they have a manual process for making sure that your company is legitimate. So I had to give them my the entity identification number for like the LLC, and then I had to give them my bank information. But I wanted a new bank account, so I had to call American Express and be like, "Hey, I need a new business banking account." and then I had to go through all that horse shit. And then Stripe wanted that stuff as well, but Stripe wouldn't allow it until American Express had done it. So I had to do the American Express stuff, and they wanted identity verification so that I didn't have to go into a bank. So I had to like call them and then text them pictures of my ID and do all this other horse shit. And then I had to get a hold of the IRS and make a tax ID because the business name changed. And then I had to take the business information and I had to put it in Stripe. And then once Stripe said it was okay, I could get my live ID. And now I'm waiting on Google. Like, it's a whole bunch of red tape. It's enough red tape where I wouldn't need paint for the truck. There's one thing I'm not a fan of. It's waiting, especially on someone else. Well, that's the whole thing. It's all like shit that I have zero control over. All right, so if I wanted patience, I'd be a doctor, but I'm Tis. Okay, so then now on the network message queue, um, this is a singleton, so this is always going to exist. And because it's a singleton, it's also a mono behavior, which means we do update. And then we say if not has an it. We want to is did start. So this means that if we didn't run the start method already, the start frame hasn't gone by, then we won't do anything, which means that this update frame won't run this code. And then we just do drain. So then what we're going to do is every frame we're going to see if there's anything to do, but after we've started, to make sure that we're all set up. Is this Uzman again? It is. Umedoskan. It's probably one of my like favorite artists with the throat singing stuff. Let me see if I can put a link in somewhere. Your avatar looks like a cross between Demon Minecraft and that other game that the dude yells, "Hold it in." I only know of the Who. The Who is great. They did all of the Jedi Fallen Order stuff. Ace Attorney? I don't know if I know that one. The one song they did with Lizzie Hale? Yeah. That one was good, but I know them from Fallen Order. Jedi Fallen Order, they did all the music for. The Mongolian throat singing? Yeah. We were just talking about that. Yeah, this is, I just put, I don't know, Tom, if you were here 10 seconds ago when I put the Spotify link in, but this is Umid Ozkan. Well, this is my favorite, like, Mongolian throat singing artist kind of dude. And Danger was saying it reminds him of The Who. Yeah, that was literally like 10 seconds ago. You just missed it. Good music, good stuffs. Yeah. Yeah, I know The Who from Jedi Fallen Order, but Let's see, what was the one that just played? It was Bifrost, right? Yeah, that was Bifrost. So if I go into his stuff, there's this one too. But he's the same guy that did like the Mongolian Jingle Bells, the one that goes, you know, my beat goes da da dee dum 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 dee doo dee doo. And then the guy who just did all of the, it's called Iunu, the new Egyptian one that I really like. The music video even has Stargate stuff in it, which I was like, ah, brother. I just love the song because I'm a Hailstorm freak and they had her soft. Oh, that's awesome. Time to go do taxes. Bye. Taxes. It's April. You're not done yet? Jesus Christ, I did mine in January. Um why do people just why do people wait? Why do y'all wait? Everybody I know who's like, "Oh man, I got to do my taxes. They're due in 3 days." Brother, the amazing yeah, I still need to do mine. Jesus. You see the sus look? You see the sus look I'm giving to you see the side eye? That's for you, Tom. This side eye right here? That's all you. That's all you. I already got mine back like last month, dude. So she holds the note for like 30 seconds. It's amazing. Yeah. I didn't print out the docs yet. I'm lazy. Jesus. I don't have to print out anything, but like because all the records are digital anyway. But like, yeah, man, I submitted them in February. I got them done in January, and then I had to wait on literally one piece of paper from E-Trade, and then as soon as I got that in February, I gave it to my CPA and they were done like 3 days later. Okay, so now that we've built our little networking system, wait, what are you bitching about? Where? The fuck you mean, son? Message queue? What do you mean? Homie. Oh, I mean, wow. Wow. Okay. Dumbass. I didn't get some of my papers till the beginning of March, but also I don't have a dedicated CPA. Well, I mean, I'd imagine you probably don't need a dedicated CPA. Most people don't, but I have 2 companies and 3 different banks that handle stock and a um my own trust, not like a trust fund, but like I created a trust for all of my assets in like 2021. Um so it's like I have, you know, a company and stocks and crypto and a bunch of other shit. So it's like, yeah, I have a lot of horse shit. But also like why who the fuck were you waiting to for until March, man? I mean, the W-2s they only have till the end of the month, and then everybody else only has until the end of February. Like corporate taxes are due in March. Just saying, I know how to chop wood if you need additional companies. Nice. I think it was from unemployment stuff. Jesus Christ, what the fuck took them so long? Like in California, they're required to report that by the end of January. That's wild. Ads in 1 minute. If you're not subscribed to it now, you're gonna get stuck in ad hell for a minute. I didn't get a chance to do mine until late February, early March, mostly from Fidelity. That's crazy to me. Why are they always fucking late? And I know they pay fines on it. It doesn't matter. It's not gonna make them any quicker. But like, fuck, man. Okay, so we are now also going to make a cell phone for players. So we're gonna do this. didn't get a chance to. Might have been the government, the healthcare.gov papers. I can't remember, or whatever's they call it. Oh yeah. That's fair. You know what's funny is even when I didn't have a job, I didn't qualify for Medi-Cal or any of that shit because my unemployment was too high. Ain't that some shit? All right, so we're going to I wish that was an issue. Yeah, so like I guess California decided to be a dick about it, and if you make the maximum of unemployment, it is $1 too much per month to get Medi-Cal. They did that shit on purpose. Like you can obviously tell it was related because that's not a coincidence. Like if you have the maximum of unemployment, it is $1 too much. And I was like, you're a bunch of cunts. Can you elect to take $1 less? No. So it's even if you were to check the little box that says, okay, I'll pay taxes on it, it's what your reward is, like your or whatever they're awarding you, or whatever the fuck the bullshit term is called. It's how much they are able to send you, whether you pay taxes on it or not. So it's like if you make X amount of dollars, the qualification. No. It's purely based on. No, it's entirely up to them. It's purely based on what you've made over the last 18 months, but there's a cap. And as you might imagine, I was at the cap. So I do, if I'm not working, which it sounds like I will be next month, but if I'm not working next month, yeah, I hit the cap as well. It was still pennies. Well, yeah, we're engineers, man. You know, I was making 275 grand, but it doesn't matter because once you make over X amount, it doesn't matter. It caps at the same fucking value. Like I know people that were making 90 a year who were like, yeah, no, I capped when I got laid off too. And I was like, yeah, it's bullshit. Um, and it's like, it sucks because even on the max of unemployment, um, my limit was still only 380 a week. Yeah, mine was only 450. Like, that's not enough for health insurance, my dog. It's like $800 a month. Um, okay, so cell phone. Cell phone. We want a sealed class. We're going to say private, read only list. We're going to make a text message. I'll leave that there. And then we'll say messages. And it's just going to be a new list. And then we're going to say public event action. Text message. Nope. Text message. And then message received. And this is important because we're going to have UI for it. And then we're going to do a well, let's do this now before I drive myself insane. Sealed class text message. And then we're going to do a public I read only list text message. And that's going to be messages, but instead of a property, well, I mean, it's still going to be a property, but we're just going to return messages. That way we have our internal list and we have the one that we can read. Okay. And then, yeah, my limit was 380 a week. Doesn't even cover my mortgage. I'm not in Cali, so I can imagine how much worse that is. Yeah, so like at our old place, the rent, which was a lot less than what we were paying before, was $2,000. And it's like, okay, it's literally like all of unemployment just for an entire month literally was just paying rent. I was like, all right, we need to move. But I'm gonna have a teaching gig that starts next month. So what I'm gonna do is the very second I can hit unemployment, I'll do that. And then once I start teaching, it'll essentially reset the unemployment, which is nice. Anything's better than nothing. Well, it'll be more than fucking unemployment was giving me. I'll tell you that much. It's like, God, yeah, it'd be fucking double what unemployment was giving me. Okay. So what do we need here? What do we need here? We need the phone. And then we need the text message. And then this needs a there, easy peasy. Call history. Well, right now I'm just gonna be doing text messages for this part. But yeah, we'll get to that. And then the text message itself is gonna be, let's see, gonna be from player ID, and then public string to player ID, and then public string body, and then public long ticks. This way we can just get an easy timestamp. And then we would have the player state itself that owns the motherfucker that owns the phone. At what point do you rearrange the alphabet? Put you and I together? Oh my god. It's not a good time to stop my blood pressure medication. Are you also doing contacts and storing others in the phone? Yeah, I will, but what this is right now is, just to kind of catch you up, is I built a network messaging queue. So I don't know if you have any familiarity with Unity, but Unity has network behaviors. And like my network player is a network behavior, meaning I can have all these network variables. The point of this is for objects that they themselves are supposed to be networked, right? So like a player is networked because I always need to share their position, their rotation, things like that. I want them to have a networked inventory list, not because other players need to necessarily read it, but because if the server goes, hey, I need to change your inventory because you picked up or dropped something, or you got money in your player data, or your persona changed, you got a new title or something, I can set that on the server. I can adjust that value here on the server, and it propagates to any other object that has these variables in them. So one network behavior can propagate this to everything. But then there's also something called an RPC, the remote procedure call, which I'm sure you know what that is. And the problem with an RPC is you have to be a network behavior to send or receive them. But I don't want everything to be a network behavior, because a network behavior realistically encapsulates something that it itself should be network viable, right? Somebody's cell phone is not a networked object. I don't need every other player to have a version of this phone, because that's what a network object is, right? A network player, I have a me, you have a me, 8 other players have a me, right? You have your you, I have my you. Nobody else needs my fucking cell phone. Like, there's no reason to display that on other people. If I hold it up and there's an animation, that's fine. That's just the player triggering an animation, which are already networked. Nobody else needs a networked clone of my cell phone. So I need a way to send data back and forth. So what I created was a network message queue, and this was literally just 5-10 minutes ago. And what I do is I'm just using a generic data type, and I just queue it up. So what I'll do is I'll register something, and then they get queued up, and then they get pulled from the queue during the update loop of the singleton, which is a network message queue. It itself does not need to be a behavior either. It's just a queue. But it will be on the same game object as the network manager. And the network manager can send and receive all those without a problem. Because the network manager doesn't really need anything. So, what's handy about RPCs, the one thing I will say is that it only needs to be on an object that has a networked object on it. So, for example, I could technically, as long as the game object of the phone is on the same level of the hierarchy as the network object. So if I click on test player, here's a network object. This is what actually sends and receives the RPC. But anything beneath it does not automatically get it. It has to be on the same level of the hierarchy. So like if I put the phone here, that can't send or receive RPCs because it won't be able to find a network object. And that's done on purpose for optimization, because otherwise every tick it's translating everything under here. And nested network objects is a really bad idea. It's very non-performant. So, oh, actually, let me go. Where is this one? So yeah, so I built a network message queue so that I can, I don't have to worry about it, essentially. So now we go to the cell phone, and we have like the player state for the phone, which would have whatever, whatever it's got. So it's like the player ID and then the cell phone. So if I go into the network player, I was just writing that as an example, but I've got my network player, right? And then now here, and this isn't a mono behavior, so we just create a new one. So we just say phone, and it's a new cell phone. And now we've got this network command that we can actually send, and it's a new type of command. So in cell phone, under the text message, we're going to say public sealed class send text message command. So we're going to do this in lieu of a regular RPC, because otherwise I'd have to make an RPC for everything. I'd rather do a command structure, not paradigm, not path. What's the fucking word for it? Not property. Pattern. Jesus Christ. I'd rather do a command pattern. It's cleaner. Some things in Unity work fine, but they are not dressed for scalability. Like it's not a sustainable way of building code. They're also built a specific way for Unity. Like to give you an example, this is a perfectly good use for an RPC would be like, an animation shear or something. So what you do is you say client RPC, and then you would say public void, and then whatever it is has to end in client RPC. So this could be like emote, right? It'd be like emote client RPC. and then it would just be like, whatever the emote int hash is, because we'd send it as a hash probably, right? And then you do client RPC params equal default. So now what you would do is you would say, you could send this to everybody, including yourself, which is sometimes good because then you don't have to duplicate the work. You could be like public void emote, and then whatever the like hash of the emote is, right? So like let's say we had a public enum emote, and then you could be like wave, right? And then emote e, and then this would just be send emote, and then this would just be emote client RPC and e dot get hash code. Technically, this is faster, and then you would just do that. And then now what this is going to do is this is going to send this message to every single network player that is a clone of this one. So it doesn't mean that your network player of you is going to get it. It's just your clone of me is going to get it. And then you do, okay, thank you, Stream Deck. And then you do whatever logic is here. And that's it. Does int casting not have more overhead? I actually don't know. No, it doesn't. It's technically, I think technically, if you look at it under the hood, it's less. But it's negligible because hash codes are also statically compiled, meaning things like the hash code and then the like if you do enums.getLength, that is also statically compiled, meaning that is processed at compile time. So the linker actually injects those values into it. So it doesn't technically fucking matter. It's one of those it's one of those situations where if you're going to do this 100 million times in a row, it's better to do it one way or the other. But like under most circumstances, it's not going to matter. But int does technically have less. I was thinking the hash were just straight pre-built values, so there was no recalculation. Yeah, but then you're still having to actually grab it versus parse it, and it's about the same. In more modern .NET, I always do 2 hash code. But this is also fucking Unity, and I don't trust it. But yeah, anyway. And you can send custom classes. So like if I go to Persona, I made it an iNetwork serializable, which means not only can all of these things be network variables, but they can go over RPCs, which is nice. It doesn't just have to be primitives. But here's an example of like, if params dot receive, and then you look at that and it's like, okay, well, is it who sent it to me, right? And it'll be like, okay, well, what are the target client IDs? Am I going to send it to specific people? Who am I sending it to? And then there's also like on the receive, there's like, okay, well, am I ignoring myself? I just send this to everybody, including myself and the server, because then I only have to do the logic once. Because if you say, okay, we'll send it to everybody but me, then I still need to process it. But it's like, okay, but if I just send it to everybody, then I've got to process it anyway. I might as well just wait till everybody else gets it too, because then we're in sync. Sometimes that doesn't matter, but with like animations, a millisecond matters. I mean, you've watched streams in games where it's like one person does something and you see it a half second later. It's because of horse shit like that. So then you can do, whatever code here to actually process the emote. It's fairly simple. And then there's also server RPCs. And server RPCs are a little different. So public void, this might be like my emote. And the reason this is important is because a client RPC is saying, hey, we're going to run this on a client. Whereas a server RPC can only go to a server. So you'll see defer local, we skip, allow target override, RPC delivery, invoke permission, require ownership. Require ownership means, can this only run on the object that owns, like the client that owns the object? And then, you know, whatever you would do here would then call emote client RPC. And then you would be like, okay, blah, 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 blah. Do on server, right? And you'd check and you'd be like, okay, well, if is server, do this. And then do whatever. There's a caveat, and I had to tell Lax about this. He didn't know this. And it's not in the fucking documentation either, which kills me. If is server return, I mean, hell, technically, even if you're in the client, you do if is host return. This will never work. And I know you know .NET. You're going to scream at this one. This will never work for anybody. Ever. This won't even send. The reason being is because if I am not the host and this returns out here, the RPC does not complete locally, and it has to complete locally. Even if it doesn't do it, it has to process locally before it can send it. So if this is like, you know, do whatever, this will never work for anybody that isn't the host. Meaning if I emote to you and I've got some like server side check, never will work. It will get swallowed. It's odd. It's so fucking weird, right? Yeah. So anyway, hence the command pattern. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So yeah. So now we've got the network message queue and we can queue all these things up. So yeah. So then as part of the cell phone, we're going to do a public sealed class messaging service. And we're going to say private, read only, dictionary, string, actually, no, I don't want to put this in here because this is not just the text messaging service. This is the everything messaging service. I feel like I should put this in the message queue. You know what I need? Under networking, I need a... I need a network player manager anyway. And the network player manager is going to have... I don't think this needs to be a concurrent dictionary. This can be... Well, hold on. Let me take a step back. The data loader uses a concurrent dictionary. So this is thread safe. And that's to load the data. The loaded data would be sent to the network manager on server starting anyway. So no, this does not need to be thread safe. So this can just be string and then We'll do a... I am going to need a player state. What? Stop that. And then we're going to do public string. There's going to be a player ID. Should I put this in the networked player? Yeah. I should. Because I don't need to store the player state in here. I am going to need this network manager, though, so I'll hang on to that. Let me see. Does the other network manager... Where the fuck are you? Do you have a... I already know the answer to this. No, you don't. You don't have a synchronous manager for them. So I will need this, but not yet. Okay, so in the network player, we'll just keep our phone here. And then in the network message queue, we can do... Let's see. So we'll do if... Yeah, that's another thing. This needs to be... Yeah, these all need to be longs. Because that's how Unity's relay stuff works. So the command would be the public long from the public long to the public string body. And this would be 2. Oh, you're a U long? Oh, fuck me. I was like, why are you having a fit? Okay. Is this repeating? It is repeating. Jesus Christ. Why did nobody say anything? You're all fired. Well, it's been real. Joke's on you. I was never hired. Okay. Everything's you long now, right? Yes. Okay. Nope, something isn't. Oh, the command. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Now here we can return without breaking it for the whole network. All right, and then we're going to say variable message, and then this is going to be a new text message. And then from player ID is going to be the command from the to player ID is going to be command.to. The body is going to be command.body. And the sent UTC ticks is going to be datetime.now, or UTC now, dot ticks. All right, and then yeah, so now we do this. So now we change this to public, which is going to turn it into a getter setter, which means I need a field, which means this now needs to be get private set. And then this needs to be capitalized to phone. And then this is the network player. And then that is where the network player manager comes in. We do a public. Do we want to read only? Yeah, we do, because if the state changes at all, we need a new object. So we need a new dictionary, and this is just going to be string network player. What? Oh. Um. Also, Aster, I don't know how much C# you write anymore, but these shortcuts like CTOR, just making you a constructor, all of those little things are really nice. So like if is a keyword, right? But if you go right below it, you see that little box is the code snippet. They're really fucking handy. Like they just make them for you. Alrighty. So now we can get players from there, and we'll have the network player. And then now, yeah, I know. All right, so now we go to the message queue, and we make a new text message. We'll ignore that for now. And then after we make the text message, we just have to do, instead of connected clients, this is a good thing to have a singleton. Because we're going to need this a lot. So we're going to go to Network Player Manager. And this is going to be and then the Network Player Manager is going to there we go. And now we say the target of whatever it is a network player. So now we just have to grab their phone and say receive text. And then we just give them the message. And then we would also want the person that sent the text to have like that. So now, this is going to irk the shit out of me. All right, there we go. So now we use a command pattern. We send the text message. We check over the across the manager to make sure that we have the player. We create a text message from it, and then we send it directly to that target player's phone, because this is all going to happen on the server, which means the server is going to have that player object. And then that player object's phone is going to receive the object. Now, this is only happening. Oh, no, that's fine. It's only happening on the one client, which is exactly what we want. All right. So then we're going to want to go back into Unity. All right, and then under UI, we're going to want to make a little phone UI here. You're getting paid to be here? Well, I am. You're not. And then this is going to be serialized field, and then we'll just throw in a just something that we can display. And then this is going to need to be the player's so we'd have to do and we'd have to bind the cell phone to the inventory, but we have to assume that one of these would not be alive in the correct order. So you would do if the phone is not null. Oh, fuck. Hold on. My eyes are watering really bad. Okay. So if we're not null, make sure that we unsubscribe from the message before we do anything else. Phone equals phone. And then subscribe. And then here we do whatever we're going to do, right? We're going to put it in a log. We're going to do whatever. So it'd be like debug.log, or well, we'll just do print. So print is the shortcut for debug.log on a mono behavior. Anybody I've always worked with, I've said, if you ever seen this from me, it means that you can probably delete it, because it's there for no other reason than for testing, and I don't want it to last. So you just say new text from there. And that's all there is to that. And then, whatever phone UI that we need. Okay, so we have a way to text people. We have a way to move utilities of all kinds around. So we've got gas, power, residential, commercial, water, sewage, phone, fiber, and coax internet. I think I can actually use the same thing for wireless. I was thinking about that earlier. I've gotten used to adding nlog to all my stuff. Yeah, so Unity's got their own thing. It's debug.log. It's just their own thing inside of mono behaviors, which, by the way, I can't spell the American one anymore because I've done this for too long. But yeah, they have a debug.log, and then the reason they have that is because they also have a debug.log warning and a debug log error and a debug log exception, so it's easier to break apart. Although even in ASP.NET, I don't commonly use nlog. I just use the regular logger, the Serolog. Like here, I'll show you. Where in the fuck? You're gonna scream when you see the program.cs. I don't want to hear it. So like this. So it's this one. So if you use the iLogger, that's really nice, because you can set the it's a read only object, so you can provide it through DI, and then not only does it go to the log, output to console and file at the same time. Yeah, so this does that. But what's also good about this is this also goes to log events, meaning if you have something like a Docker container, for example, and you're using this, this will also go to the log stream, whereas nlog doesn't. Oh, it does? I didn't know that nlog implements the iLogger. I thought nlog skipped the log stream though. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I'll have to check it. Huh, that's good to know then. I'll have to double check that. I thought there was a reason we didn't use that. Oh shit. Now I'm wondering. Now you got me second get motherfucker, you got me doing the same thing. Hold on. Oh, okay. So it does, but it doesn't do them at the same time unless you tell it. Used together, not one and the same. Yeah. I'm reading their help docs right now, and it says it doesn't go to the standard out, which means that it would not appear in the log stream unless you change the Microsoft iLogger target to not be file based. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and that's one thing that Unity's got going for it, is that Unity has a player.log, so everything that's in there, even if it's just debug.log, will go to the file and to the console, and if it's running on a .NET service, it does go to the log stream. And then that's why I use iLogger by default instead of nlog, because 99.9999% of everything I do is back-end work. So everything winds up on a log stream. Okay, good. All right. I knew there was a fucking reason. I was like, wait a minute. We both had that hold the fucking phone minute here for just a second. Like, wait a minute. I'm fairly certain I have standard out and standard error on nlog. No, you probably do, but it targets a file. It doesn't automatically go to log streams, is what, at least maybe it doesn't on Azure. That's just what Microsoft docs are saying. But that's the main reason. It's because everywhere I've worked in the last 5-6 years has been Azure. Okay. Where was I? Okay, we have phones. We have utilities. Player movement and animation, as convoluted as that is actually going to be pretty fucking easy. Trying to think what else I need. So we've done cell phones. We've done utilities of all kinds. Movement is so basic, and I can do that in like 20 minutes. Hell, I could have Codex do it for me in 10. Um, Plus I have packages um like easy character movement and a bunch of other stuff that I could use. Because I have a fully rigged human already. The world building's not going to be procedural either. We're going to build the actual world. I'm not going to bother with traffic until after I have traffic lights, and I'm not going to bother with traffic lights until after I have roads. Yeah, okay, so you just add console target and the target, and then you can see outputs based on the level there in the config. Yep. Yeah, that's what the docs were saying. All you got to do is change the target. I actually, Tom, I should send you the site that I've been working on. It's all ASP.net. Was gonna say I thought I'd implement it like 4 months ago in WFP or thing I'm working on. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the main thing about WSP versus where'd you get Bongo Cat from? It's a plugin for OBS. It's called Bongo BS. Like BONGOBS cat. It's a plugin for OBS. Just implement it. Yeah. Yeah, everything I do is in ASP.net, so I just kind of do everything is not WP. I knew what you meant. It's fine. I'm not dyslexia. But why is dyslexia? Um, no, I got what you meant. You all good. All right, so we got a decent amount of shit done today. I'm trying to decide what comes next. So this is the standard size of a street in the United States. Is 1/8 of a mile in meters. Is the standard size of a residence. Before I got cable, I used to tell people I had LSD, then apologize for my dyslexia. Oh my god. This is why we can't have nice things, chat. This is exactly why we can't have nice things. Anyway, so let me see. And in case y'all are wondering, yes, I do actually have this suit. Um. Okay, so we have. I'm trying to think of like the common things when people do like GTA RP. What are they doing? So you're driving around, you're talking to people, meeting up with people. So we have an inventory. We have player data. We have the vehicles you own, the houses that you own, the money that you have. The job that you have, the job XP that you have, the bank money you have. We're not doing customizable furniture until way later down the roadmap. I have real fun at work with multi-threaded app management and having apps that are managed, but by what I'm working on, a watchdog-esque functions. Wait for extended events on handlers and attempt to restart the processes when they crash, but I'm getting zombie processes that start up in a suspended state. So that is why everything here, I'll show you some of my. So excuse the fucking program CS that is currently a nightmare. But that is why I have. That's why I have these fucking things. So I have very specific health checks for different types of things in the application. And I use fly.io for all my deployments. And we have blue-green deployments, which I mean, I'm sure you know what that is. But what it does is it calls the health checkpoints before it deploys them. And if it doesn't run, it doesn't finish deploying them. It actually tears them back down. It sounds like you work more with desktop applications of a type, but I would really look into ASP.NET for some of that shit because you could still have something like a sub process running that handles that. Would love to, but the company's kind of old school. It sucks. You know, it's crazy to think that ASP.NET is over 20 years old already. Isn't that fucking wild? Um, but yeah, so what I do is, and then I'll show you it's a TOML file as well. So I literally just did this yesterday. Um, so I have a 10-minute wait timeout on the migrate, and what I do is I do this health ready check, and I give it about 30 seconds from after the time that it's put in to spin up, and then the dashboard checks that. And when my dashboard checks that, if any of them don't pass, I have 3 major health points on each machine, and each machine is essentially a container. And if they don't pass, they just tear them back down. Most of the sub apps in the interface are built by guys getting ready to retire, and their code is scary. Oh, lovely. Everything is basically in assembly, and they use shared memory for all communications. Currently, mostly C++, but man, it's hard to read. See, that's kernel sharing too, and I don't know why people do that. That's like a big cybersecurity no-no. Like that's one of the biggest things we were taught is system segregation. Like I don't know why. That's such that you're right, dude. That is such old school ass bullshit. Like all of that shared memory stuff is just so fucking stupid. Even if it's not dangerous, it's still bad. I got ads coming up in 30 seconds, fam. They have like 5 apps that use shared memory. Jesus, you're making me angry. You're making me angry. I can't take it. Um. Okay. So I think because we're into about 4 hours, I think I might call it here, and then tomorrow we'll work on building some of the city out with the road networks. If any one of the programs crash, it has to kill all the other ones just because they can't trust the data anymore. Dude, that makes me so yeah, don't even get me started on that. That's such bullshit. Um okay. Yeah, tomorrow because I want to the next thing I want to do is very large, and it's actually working on like citizens moving around and stuff. And not only do I want to import some starter art, but it's a big system that's going to take a while. Fuck, I couldn't disable my ads in time. God, I wish I could just cancel them. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go raid a friend of mine, and I want everybody to copy the raid message. We're actually gonna go drop in on somebody that I'll wait for the fucking ads to end. We're gonna go drop in on somebody that I don't even know if I've ever raided before, but is such a wonderful streamer and such a good friend. I don't know if I've ever rated her, but I've been in her stream for a couple of years now, I think. I don't know. I've hung out with her at TwitchCon a bunch of times. She's really cool. We're gonna go raid Michelle Boyd. So everybody make sure to copy that message so that we can paste it when we get over there. I will be back tomorrow again for sure. So we're doing Thursdays again. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Have a really good fucking day. Be happy, be healthy. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, and I probably don't suggest doing anything I would do because I'm fucking nuts. But yeah, have a good one, y'all. Make sure when we get there to drop that raid message too, so she sees all of the new friends coming in and she can thank you for being there. But yeah, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Have a wonderful one. Thanks for being here. Y'all are legends.